I recognise there's a quorum. I understand Councillor Hamill will be joining us via IT, zooming in, but he's not there at the moment. So when it is, just record in the minutes, minute taker, when he actually joined the meeting. Councillors, I call the order council meeting number 807 of today's date. I'll open the meeting with a prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Please be upstanding for the national anthem.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Right, here we go. Councillors, leave of absence. I think Councillor Hamill's online virtually. So off we go, no leave of absence. Condolences. I start off with, it doesn't say who I go to in this newly minted agenda, but who's doing the Hens family? Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that a motion of condolence be passed and a message of sympathy be forwarded to the Hins family on the passing of Cess Hins.
Seconder, Councillor Peter Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Cess was 96, and I remember on a number of occasions sharing a cup of tea and a bicky on his front balcony, which overlooked the Firth Park Sports Precinct. And he was always happy to share, whilst being a man who'd been around for many, many years. He lived 68 years of his married life in Mudgeeraba and in the main Mudgeeraba area. And his family home is based where the Hins Dam Wall currently is, or around that area. And he'll be sorely missed, particularly by his 5 children, Gail, Warren, Neil, Judith and Jill. Yeah, he always made the time to share community, his thoughts on community with me, and with a name like Hins, which so many Gold Coasters know. I know he'll be sorely missed in our community.
Okay, Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried.
Mr Mayor, can I please
Be added.
Yeah, please.
Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Cameron Caldwell and Councillor McDonald be added to the list. Just to the IT, because there's no video on Councillor Hamill, I can't tell when I said show me your hands, I can't tell if Councillor Hamill's voting one way or another. So they've got to turn the video on. He can get out of his pyjamas and do that correctly.
We're just working on that now, Mr Mayor.
Okay. All right, so let's go to the next, to Councillor McDonald, next condolences. So see what I mean? Got to put them in here.
Mr Mayor, I move that a message of condolence be sent to the Fradgley family on the death of June Fradgley. June,
I'll just get a second there, Councillor Tozer. Thank you.
June's the beloved wife of Tom, who is deceased, and mother of Anne and John. And the Fradgleys are a well-known family in the Burleigh Heads, Palm Beach area, and it's very sad to hear that June has passed. She was 92 years of age, and I so move.
Okay, councillors, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Did you get the seconder? Was Councillor Tozer? Very good. Councillor Vorster?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just requesting that I be added as well. Thank you.
Add Councillor Tozer, Councillor Vorster, Tozer, Councillor Pauline Young. All right. I don't have any other on the list, Mr CEO, so I move on to item 4, Mayoral Minute. Councillors, I draw your attention to there's 2 Mayoral Minutes today. I draw your attention to the first one. If you can put the motion on the screen, that council resolved the inclusion of $268,000 in the city's small business relief package for initiative that support the Gold Coast music industry, and that the required funding adjustment be included in the end of financial year report. And the other clause 2 and 3 are on the screen. Okay, on this one, I move the minutes. I think Councillor William Jones, can you speak on that for me?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Last week, you and I were part of a conversation with a deputation from some local music operators, independent music operators, who have got together and are trying their hardest to assist their industry that has been very much impacted by the restrictions that have been in place for the last 18 months in regards to COVID. And rather than necessarily wanting a handout, they actually really also wanted as big a hand as possible, support and advocacy in terms of what they're trying to achieve. So we had one operator in particular, Kim, who operates the Mo's Desert Clubhouse at Burleigh, very passionate, a young business who have committed, and I don't think she would mind us saying, committed almost $500,000 in establishing a business just over 2 years ago, and has well and truly worked as hard as they can in the last 18 months to survive, and they're close to their wits' end. And she gave us some figures, Mr Mayor, where during 2021 they had been open for normal trade for 0 weeks. They had been closed due to a lockdown for 2 weeks, and that they had operated at 50% capacity for 20 weeks and at 25% capacity for 30 weeks. And effectively they need to operate at least 50% capacity in order to break even. So the third point of the recommendation, I think, is the key to how this city council could potentially help that industry in the next short while between now and Christmas. Clearly there is a federal and a state program to get as many people as possible immunised, and as we move closer to those thresholds of 70 and 80%, businesses like Mo's and the other operators on the Gold Coast will be able to get back to a normalised trade. 3 is in particular looking to see how the city can potentially accommodate some minor changes to approvals that might be in place that restrict them to allow them to try to get there. So and an example at Mo's, which is probably 500 to 700 metres away from the nearest residence in the middle of an industrial precinct, is that I think we currently restrict them to 2 nights trading a week, where if for a period of time they could be allowed to trade for 4 nights a week under the reduced constraints, that might help them get to the finish line, which is really only a couple of months away if all of the Gold Coast does the right thing and gets immunised and signs up to the ultimate solution of being able to get back to normal. So, Mr Mayor, I think that they saw us last week. This Mayoral Minute is a pretty quick turnaround for trying to deal with some of their requests, and I think it's definitely an industry that's been well and truly left behind in regards to state and federal support. So if the City Council can do a small thing to help them, I think that it's both money and time well spent by the council.
Thank you. Councillor Tozer.
Mr. I wanted just to add to that and comment that this Saturday is the Gold Coast Music Awards. It's being held right here at Hotter between 12:30 and around 5 o'clock. It's going to be a really great celebration of all things Gold Coast music, and this Mayoral Minute today is really timely when it comes to reporting back to, the local music industry, of which there'll be quite a number, hundreds turning up to Hotter on just this Saturday to hear about this sort of initiative on the part of the council. I just want to commend this program to all the councillors and invite them personally to come and buy a ticket. It's $50 to attend the Gold Coast Music Awards on Saturday. If you're free, it's in the daytime, which is a very respectable hour for the music industry. And if you can, make yourself available to come down to Hotter from about 12:30, red carpet arrivals from there, and there's still tickets available, and they're $50 each. So
Good idea. Anyone want to speak against the motion? The closing bit, really, councillors, is that as we move to vaccination to 70 and 80%, where the restriction of trade, that is, if you're trading at 25% of the required area, you actually lose money. So, in a way, it's I'll be blunt. It's really another lockdown for this industry. I mean, if you go, oh yeah, we're open up, but you can do 25% of the space only, and lose money, is tantamount to a lockdown. So, for vaccination, when we get to the 70% and that, I anticipate that that minimum space allowable trading is 50%, so that they can survive and thrive. And as we get to 80%, and that the area increases. What we found at the meeting there was that really they have used up their life savings in the last 18 months. They're down to, survival mode is really more than that. They get into further hock, and this is a way of giving hope and a handout. And Councillor Owen-Jones right about item 3. So, if Director, you can take that on board, and together with area councillors, have a look at any potential that we can increase the size, forgiveness of external fees. You know what you got to do. We've just got to get them over to where we get to the vaccination, that they remain at 50% and then beyond, and then this industry will go back on their feet. Councillor Vorster?
Thank you very much, and I'd like to applaud both you and Councillor Owen-Jones for having crafted this package. I just wanted to flag with you, perhaps through you to the CEOs, I think it's important for us to be working with the Office of Gaming and Liquor Regulation, because quite often the threat of noise complaint can be a barrier to live music performance in suburban areas that can accommodate some of the, let's call it, the upstart and emerging artists. And I think there's a piece to be had about us reaching out to the OLGR to make sure that they're also taking a softly approach to the work that we're doing.
Yeah, it's a good point, and we'll do that. Okay, Councillor, I put the motion to you then. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. The next one is not so easy. Councillors, on this Mayoral Minute regarding support package for Hotter, I draft 2 motions. If it's a yes motion, that's the one. So if it's a no motion, it's the second one. The only one that highlighted in yellow basically I'd like the CEO and myself to review the contract and the obligations, because there'll be other touring pieces of contracts of artwork coming, and I want to understand what happened here. I'm not a lawyer, but at the very least, between the CEO and I, we can tap in the appropriate resource to understand further why this has occurred. Councillors, I think it's appropriate that we move into close, as we'll be talking commercial in confidence. Mr. CEO, that's good enough, isn't it?
Certainly go in on the basis of council's budget, Mr Mayor.
Yeah. So budget and commercial. Seconder, Councillor Vorster. Okay. So I move. Seconder, Councillor Vorster. Into close. Budgetary. All in favour, show of hands. Against. Motion carried. streaming on. When are we going to put streaming light there so I know?
That's coming, Mr Mayor.
It's in the next budget.
On the boat from Belgium.
Okay. All right. Councillors, we've had an extensive discussion on the Mayoral Minute number 2, HOTA funding requests. On the screen there, in short, is that consensus, councillors, that we support the 50% of the funding request by Chairman of HOTA, and really part 2 that myself and the CEO undertake to review the contract and obligation. But I reckon Joe will review a bit further than that, really financials and the whole works, and making sure that this funding does make the show materialise. And okay, councillors, I put this motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Division.
New system, Mr Mayor. Councillor Tate, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Corwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bar Lumsden, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against.
Councillor Gates.
And Councillor Hamill.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Hamill. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Councillor Hamill.
Motion carried. Next item is confirmation minutes. Confirmation minute. Councillors, any correction on that? Oh, I can hear the siren. Right. No corrections? Someone like to move for adoption? Move, Councillor Tozer, seconder. Councillor Pauline Young, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Mayor's report. Okay, Wonder Reef deployment. It happened on the Wednesday the 11th, $5 million of offshore dive attraction. Wonder Reef will attract estimated 160,000 new visitors to our city in the next 10 years, $32 million into our local economy. Item 2, meeting with the Premier, and she brought Minister Hinchcliffe and Minister Grace, and it was the announcement back to the beach on the 29th October this year. And I think their Echo holiday will be there, and so I think it's going to be a big afternoon for our city. Next one is Paradise Kids. Now it's Wesley Kids meet and greet. Some of you may know that the kids are up to 12 years of age, and the program basically targeted, they have lost one or both parents, and it's quite heart-wrenching when you go there, and you know, life goes on, and they do great work. So I'll be trying to convince any people with charitable mind, Mayor's Charity and all that, that to support this worthy Wesley kids. Okay. CCTV hooning trailer. Councillor Vorster, we finally got it, and it takes 360 degrees. License plate recognition, low light environments. The next stage is facial, isn't it? So let's see what happens there. I'll stir them up. Next item is Safest Suburb Awards. Now's the time to nominate a local hero in 2021. Safest Suburb Awards, and you can go to our city site website for categories for individual, not-for-profit group, business and project. Nomination closed 17 September. Be wonderful if you can put on your Facebook, councillors, and encourage nomination our local heroes. Griffiths University Business Attraction, Gold Coast Health and Knowledge Precinct. Quite amazing that that they are producing human parts, literally, at the Health and Knowledge Precinct, and they're working very well with Griffiths University. So, film set, True Spirit, Jessica Watson's biopic, went there, End of the Spit, and with the Pink Lady, met up with producer Susan Carsonis, and she was in the film Aquamarine here on the Gold Coast. So another wonderful project. Next one was launch of Screen Access Program, 250,000 in grants as part of the city's newly introduced Screen Access Program, and the details are all there. I was joined by Councillor Owen Jones, and we were both scanned. I don't know why that scan hasn't worked. It's made me look so fat. Something wrong with the machine, we better tell them. All right. So the idea there is now they've got the body there. They can make you, they can put Spider-Man costume on you and climb the building and things like that. So you don't even have to do all the acting. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's a good idea. Do that.
Fast and Furious is locked in though, Mr Mayor.
No, it's but great to see. And right here, we unfortunately we didn't take the photo of the equipment that, I don't know how many cameras, but 200 or something?
I think it was 120, Mr Mayor.
120 cameras in one go. So quite incredible. Official opening of the 114th Gold Coast show. It's reported that we had 120,000 people go through, and that yeah, I was there on the ground and talked to everyone. You know, there's different Facebook people can put comments and things, but all I know, the people I talk to on the ground, are so pleased to have something fun and cheer about for the whole family, and I think it was the right move. So, and we'll see what the testing show, but we had a good crack at that. Next one, Baz Luhrmann on the Gold Coast. I caught up with Baz a few times that I didn't know he was going to do such a wonderful interview and in the Australian Financial Review, and absolutely glowing report about the industry on the Gold Coast and how he would come back. So, you know, have a read of it. It's you couldn't buy it. You couldn't ask Baz, the man that he is, you couldn't say to him, "Oh, can you do a promotion?" if he didn't believe in it. Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And if I could just add to that, having also been fortunate enough to meet with Baz on a couple of occasions now, his thoughts on the city and where we're going, not just in this state but nationally and internationally. His belief in the city is that great that he's actually purchased somewhere to live here, and they're actually looking to stay a lot longer in the city. They were to do the post-production for Elvis down in Sydney. They moved the whole crew and everything up here, and his glowing reviews of the city, of the officers that he's had to deal with in the city, and his thoughts on yourself and how progressive our city is really heartening to hear. But it's not only is he sharing it locally, he's sharing that worldwide, and believes that we can become a significant player in the film and TV industry or television industry now and in very much further into the future. So his potential of sharing that worldwide is increasing our profile no end.
Wow. Okay. Councillor Castro.
Mr Mayor, I can confirm that everything Councillor Young has said is totally correct. I also spent quite some time with Baz as well, and he echoed exactly that. He is a real champion for the city and for the industry in our city, and we're very, very fortunate to have him, because when he speaks in the film industry, people listen.
Yeah. No, good fun to catch up with Baz.
Yes.
All right. Then I move that the Mayor's report be noted and welcomed. Second to Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. And item 7, clarification. Any clarification? No. We move to business arising from the minutes. Neil? We go to item 9, presentation. We got presentation from Professor Bella Stantic of Griffith University. This is about big data and smart analytics. Right down our alley. Welcome, Professor. Please come on up to the lectern. I caught up with Professor Bella quite often, and each time we learn that the data that we collect can teach us more about our society, and I think to share some of his latest work, I think our city can benefit tremendously. Over to you, Professor Bella.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for opportunity for me and my colleague to showcase to full council our proposal. My name, as you said, is Professor Bella Stantic, but I'm better known as Nostradamus of 21st century. And as Mayor said, we met many times, and I actually use your term to rely, to be data-driven rather than relying anymore only on hunch. I used several times in my recent talks. So today we will talk about our proposal, how to position Gold Coast and Southeast Queensland as a safest and preferred place for organized major events. And Professor Sarah Gardiner, Deputy Director of Griffith Institute of Tourism, will help me. So what I did, I assembled a team of world-leading experts. So today I will showcase at first what is our capabilities and what we are planning to do. So let me just try. I think this is working. So I know many of you, and many of you know me as well, but I'm that professor who predicts everything. I don't have a crystal ball. I just know how to use that. I have immense computing power at Griffith, and I also have know-how. So I predicted everything, but what I'm particularly proud that I'm named and my Big Data Lab public health champions for our help to government in pandemics with modeling and predicting. And I will just briefly say what everything I and my big data are doing. A lot of work in tourism. Some are funded by City of Gold Coast as well. I mentioned that I was helping government and still helping with the pandemics. I was approached as well with federal government Operation COVID Shield. I'm helping with improving the hesitancy, improving the acceptance of vaccinations to get the opinion of people. A lot of projects in climate change, in environment, and everything is to do with analyzing vast volume of data and extracting the information. As you can see, that's different areas. So I always have a domain experts, and that's the reason why I assembled a team from mass gathering, event management, and we put forward this proposal because this is once in a lifetime opportunity, and the Gold Coast has everything. I live on the Gold Coast. I live just on Chevron Island, and core of my big data lab are actually here at the Gold Coast. Mayor Tom Tate opened my big data lab. I think I showed that photo. Okay, anyway. All this. Oh no. It's not working. What can I do? Oh yeah, okay, sorry. So it's Mayor when he opens my big data lab. So what I said, I did a lot of help to government, to institution and everything. I have feeling that I didn't help enough Gold Coast. And that was the reason why I assembled this team and we put forward a proposal. So just quickly, to showcase the strength in addition to what I showed you, diverse projects based on big data. You probably don't know that Griffith University and the core is on the Gold Coast in data science. We are ranked #1 in the world with top 5% of publications. So we cannot produce 900 like Stanford or Harvard 500. We publish 120, but 15% of those publications are in top 5% in the world. So that indicates that where we are placed. We are a relatively small school, so we cannot compete with hundreds of or thousand staff, but still. As I said, Sarah will help me to explain more about strengths of the Griffith Institute of Tourism and Mass, how they are ranked. And so I think I will invite Sarah to explain a bit more before we go into details what we are proposing and how we are planning to do it. So Sarah, could you please?
Thank you, Bella. We'll have the clicker. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name's Sarah Gardner, and I'm the Deputy Director at the Griffith Institute for Tourism. And what we're proposing today is a really a transformational project around trying to create the Gold Coast as the safest place to host events. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. I'm going to particularly talk about the events and tourism area because that's really where I sit. We are known as a world-leading tourism city, and I know for some time now Council's been activating its economic development strategy to make sure it's not just about servicing tourism, but also the knowledge that sits behind the tourism industry. Back in 2014, Griffith University made a strategic investment to invest in its tourism area, and events sit under tourism at Griffith University, and set up the Griffith Institute for Tourism. And we've achieved such fantastic results, #1 in Australia and #5 in the world. We're actually one of only 2 universities in the country to be awarded 5 out of 5, so an ERA 5 by the Australian Research Council. And we're actually Australia's largest tourism research university. So not only are we #1 in Australia, but we're also the largest, with 33 academic staff and 27 PhD students. We've previously delivered projects both internationally to names like the International Olympic Committee, United Nations World Tourism Organisation, but also here in Australia we deliver at the federal, the state and also the local level. I think it's important today because we're talking about events. We have worked very closely with Major Events Gold Coast on developing this proposal, and they're very supportive of this approach because they understand, like other event organisers on the Gold Coast, that just having a COVID-safe plan isn't enough. We need to really take that to the next level. As Bella mentioned, the other area of Griffith that's really important to this is the health area. And so they've established a mass gatherings collaboration, which has been in train for some time now. It's ranked #1 in Australia, #2 in the world, which sits under our nursing area and has been a key collaborator with the World Health Organisation to provide guidance and risk assessment tools for the event response to the COVID-19 pandemic. This area of Griffith led the development of the Queensland Government's industry framework for COVID-safe events, and that is now legislated, so all events in Queensland need to operate under this framework. Yet the framework hasn't been scientifically tested. So in many ways, it's just the first step. And what we're proposing today is that we take it to the next step and make Gold Coast world leaders in this space. There's currently little available data and evidence globally to inform how major events should be optimised in response to the COVID-19 pandemic to ensure the health security of people that attend events, so the attendees, the spectators, the staff, the local community, but also to uphold the quality. So it's about getting the balance right between having a really safe event for visitors and people, but also making sure that people have a really fun and enjoyable experience as well. I also think we need to work on supporting the event organisers. Currently, they need to make timely decisions, they need to make informed business decisions, and we don't really have a good framework to make that happen. We even saw with the Pan Pacific Masters Games having to make quite a big decision sometime out, many weeks out from that event today. So what we're proposing is really this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to really develop this framework around COVID-safe events. To hold the #1 place in Australia to host events and really create an experience that balances the health risks with delivering a really optimal experience for spectators. We need to know what people are expecting when they come to our events. We need to see whether they're sensing that they're feeling safe and that we're addressing those needs. We need to make sure they're satisfied with the experience. And really our aim is really to build this region's capacity to hold the safest events, which we hope will attract more events to the region and also attract more event visitors. And so this is really a multi-phase process as we move into the 2032 Olympic Games. I think a lot of my thinking around this project has also come from my personal experience of being involved in the Sydney 2000 Olympic Games. I worked for 2 years full-time on a study investigating what cities could do in terms of tourism, economic, trade and investment in the lead up to those games. And I know we need to get started now. There's lots of opportunities on the horizon, things like pre-games training camps, lead-up events, the Olympics itself and test events. So we need to start now so we're ready for 2032. I might hand over back to Bella and we'll talk a little bit about some of the benefits of the project.
Thank you, Sarah. So, as I said, what we plan to use is skills that we have here at Griffith in Big Data Analytics Lab, rely on data, make data-driven decisions to ensure that all event can be organized in a required level. And in addition, probably what needs to be done a bit more marketing as well. That is only member which haven't been included in this project, who will help how to better market and showcase that actually what we have done, how Gold Coast and Southeast Queensland are different to other areas, what they offer, and as a safe place to organize this event.
I like it.
Yeah, I'm collecting social media, so I will do analysis actually what is their main concern, what they wanted, if they know what they want actually. But in many cases, I analyze for border closure as well and other things for government. And in a lot of cases, people, vast majority, maybe not vast, but significant majority of people even don't know what. They are against anything. If you say today is sunny, and they say, no, it's raining. So that. So I think that's pretty much it what we, in short, we didn't want to waste a lot of your time, just to showcase what ability these really world-leading experts have, what I assembled and what we are proposing to place in the first instance Gold Coast on the map, and we have everything what is needed to hold these events. Just we need people.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a very brief question about the the learnings that are developed and how they'll be shared, because quite plainly it's in our economic interest to restore our events sector and attract events here. It's been the lifeblood of our economy up until this disruptive point, and we want to get back to there as quickly as possible. So this is very encouraging. But I just wonder, as your academics are involved in this and papers are published and knowledge is shared, long-term or medium and long-term, I mean, what prospects do we have as a city to exclusively eke out the benefits of that research? Because I would expect that quite quickly best practices will become standardised and shared across Australia and perhaps internationally.
Yeah, that's a good question, actually. So what we are planning, that's why we created as a phased project. So start and learn over the time. We'll use artificial intelligence and machine learning to learn about sentiment, we will also, who had chance to look into documents, we, in addition to social media and other available data, airport arrivals, Wi-Fi usage, movement of people, and everything. You can learn from behavior. Recently, we did some pilot project on Broad Beach Blues Festival, and I looked into data, and I noticed that even after Broad Beach Blues Festival was finished, people are still driven. So we call it as a gravity model. It's actually, even after the event, people get used to go to that area. So this kind of events, by little, which will lead to organizing and helping to successfully organize Olympic Games as well. And to how we will share the information, a lot of information, scientific methods we might publish, but I can tell you that a lot of my algorithms and methods I haven't published as on big data analytics. But something in a proposal, what we plan to do will be confidential and available only to council, particularly if it's something what can give you advantage over others.
Councillor Tozer.
Just a question about how do you collect the data when it appears that the use of social media is changing so swiftly? Like the social media platforms that I use are very different, vastly different to the platforms that my 12-year-old son uses. Not that he uses a lot of social media, but even his friends use. How are you able to adjust over a period of now until 2032 your systems to accommodate changing trends in user behaviour?
We rely on sorts of publicly available data, so it's not necessarily just social media. There's a lot of open data as well, and a lot of institutional data from government as well in my projects. But what is only data is different, methods are same. So regardless, are you posting on Twitter or on Facebook, or even we collect Chinese social media, but we had a lot of projects funded by Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority, and I forgot to mention that because they funded a lot of our projects in past. I and my Big Data Lab offered help for free to help in tourism recovery. So regardless what is the source of data, methods are pretty much the same. And they still need to evolve, but over the time these methods learn by themselves and adjust. And that's why I can get, obviously, this high accuracy in prediction. I got all 77 seats in prediction. I got that Mayoral will win with 67%. And
I appreciate your assistance with that. I mean, is there any way you can predict what the vaccination rates will be in January of 2022? Because that'd be really good for us. We just made a decision before that would really help us.
I published conversation article in March or April. And as I said, now I'm helping with Operation COVID Shield, and at the moment support for vaccination, it's about 70%, which went up from about 52% in March, April. So it's a really good sign that we are on the right track to achieve these targets.
I think the Mayor would love some information about that he could distribute to all of us about future decisions we're making, so it'd be good.
Thank you, Professor. And we'll talk among us what we can come up with, but it's always good to catch up with you. Thank you very much.
Same. Or once again, thank you for opportunity to showcase our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillors, I'm going to adjourn the meeting, so half an hour or whatever it may be. I'm advised, don't go outside and take in fresh air. So use the toilet within the building. And the meeting's adjourned, so can you, but stay All right, Councillor, I call the meeting to order. Yeah, yeah. And that, councillors, from the presentation there, the motion on the screen, I move that the presentation be noted and that a report be presented to the Economic Tourism and Events Committee assessing the merits of the proposal. Have a seconder, Councillor Tozer. Anyone want to say no to that? Put the motion to you. All in favour? Against? Motion carried. Councillor Hamill, you there with us? Councillor Hamill, you there with us?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, the internet's a bit slow in the north of the city. The camera will come on in a sec.
Oh, okay. I just want to know, put in my as I did not vote on that one. Thank you. There you go. We keep it rolling. Item 10, conflict of interest declaration. Any on this one, Mr. CEO? Then let's go to item 11, transport infrastructure. Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the report of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on the 23rd of August 2021, covered by recommendations 1 to 11, be received.
Okay, so seconder, Councillor Taylor. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. All right, councillors, there different format there. Any items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Vorsa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to deal with item 6.5, which concerned the draft city parking plan separately with a view to moving a slightly changed recommendation.
Councillors, we're going to 6.5. Over to Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I propose adding a fourth part to the committee recommendation, which would read as follows: that the city parking plan be used to inform the review and development of car parking policies in future updates to the city plan, with related reports outlining how proposed amendments align to the objectives of the city parking plan. If I've got a seconder, happy to talk to that. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, at committee, councillors for the first time had an opportunity to hear from city officers who had collected some feedback from internal stakeholders, from councillors anecdotally over some years, to develop, I suppose, a new approach to better managing the limited parking that we do have in this city. There's obviously lots of competing stakeholders. What the committee though landed on was that we wanted, as community representatives, more say in the development of that draft policy, and we also wanted that draft policy to reflect the very real issues that parking can create in suburban areas. And as I remarked at committee, parking is one of those issues that affect you the moment you step out of your front door. It affects you as you attempt to get your kids to school. It affects you as you attempt to get to the shops, and it affects you as you attempt to find parking, perhaps around your place of employment. So we address those concerns in part 3. But Mr. Mayor, the purpose of me rising now and proposing this changed recommendation is to ensure that the aspirations of this draft parking plan are actually used by the team at the Economy and Planning Directorate. Sorry, the Planning and Environment Directorate, or Economy, Planning and Environment Directorate. So the aspirations contained in that plan filter into the development of amendments to the city plan. And I was moved to make this amendment, Mr. Mayor, because later on in the council agenda, when we deal with the EP&E items, it does talk about future amendments to the city's policies around car parking. And to my mind, why should we make it the job of T&I to unscramble an egg if we can take a more prudent approach and a more circumspect approach to the way parking is dealt with in future developments? Perhaps we will spare us all in the community the trauma of trying to mitigate amenity concerns after the fact. So this This basically means that EP&E and T&I will work closely together to make sure that we're pulling in the same direction.
Against, motion carried. Okay, we've done 6.5. Any other items separately, councillors? Councillor Owen Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just 8.1, which was the extension of a pilot school camera system.
Okay, we're going to 8.1, councillors.
Mr Mayor, it was a suggestion that you write to the Minister for Transport and Main Roads. So I'm happy to move it if you'd like me to speak to it briefly.
Yeah, sure. Move Councillor Owen Jones, seconder Councillor Belden Lumsden.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It was a suggestion that you write to the Minister for Transport and Main Roads congratulating the state on their proposed pilot of, I think they're looking to do 6 speed cameras in school zones. And it was a suggestion that we invite the state to partner with the city to do another 6 here on the Gold Coast. I think they were looking to do 5 in Brisbane and 1 in Toowoomba. And Mr Mayor, I'm aware that Councillor Belden Lumsden may have written to the Minister suggesting a couple of schools in his area. And some of the media that I had seen over it, there was talk of where the cameras may be located. I'm more than happy for one to be located on Discovery Drive in the Helensvale State School, where it could easily be located within existing flashing 40-kilometre zones. There's 6,000 or 7,000 cars that go through Discovery Drive, and if we can help the state reduce the volume of speeding during those school hours, that'd be very much appreciated. And what we were looking to suggest to the state of Queensland, that if they were going to raise penalty infringement notices from speeding, that all of the proceeds from those notices be used to help invest in improving safety around school zones. And I think that if we were going to co-invest with signs with the state, they should invest those funds at Gold Coast, in the Gold Coast local government area in our schools.
Okay. The motion's on the screen. Councillors, I want to speak against the motion. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry. That's a unanimous. Any other items separately, councillors? No? Good. Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Taylor. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. We go to 11.2. Councillor, what do you want? I'll keep going, you can catch up. All right. 11.2. Let's go to lifestyle. Councillor Vorster.
Lifestyle. Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the report of the Lifestyle and Community Committee meeting held on the 23rd of August 2021, covered by recommendations 1 through 10, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Belden Lumsden. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Right, are they caught up yet? All good. Okay. Councillor, I'd like to go to 7.2. Bear with me. Basically, on that one, it's about community facility lease to placemaker. Councillor Gates, do you have to leave the room?
I do need to leave the room, Mr Mayor. I did declare at committee that Mr Tony Hickey is the chairman of Placemakers, and although I received a donation from Hickey Management, which is an entity that has nothing to do with this decision, I'll be leaving the room while the discussion is held and the vote is taken.
I'd take a lift and go upstairs.
Thank you.
You know. All right, basically, councillors, during the the meeting. Councillor Vorster?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and I'm so sorry to interrupt. And I'm sure you're across this. It was a grey item, so a closed item at committee. I'm merely flagging that with you, just in case we...
Yeah, I'll just do my preamble.
No worries, Mr Mayor.
It's sort of, it's not, I won't call it a decoration. It's along that line.
No worries.
And once I've done that, then I'll come back to you.
No worries. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Sorry
And
about that.
then I'll ask if there's any other decoration, okay?
Thank you. Sorry.
So we're up the decoration stage. Matter of fact, councillors, some of you who were not at the Lifestyle and Community on the 23rd of August, Councillor Tozer appropriately asked a question regarding perceived conflict of interest regarding Mr Tony Hickey. And at the time, I wanted to advise the whole council as well. And at the time, and matter of fact, I thank you for asking that question. At the time, I advised committee of my position and sought advice from our city solicitor, and that the outcome was that no declaration was made. And in abundance of caution, however, I want to restate the position at full council today, in case there's another council going, well, I don't believe it. I mean, I don't have the same view as the committee, therefore want to press further and declare. And just bear with me, only takes 5 minutes. One, Mr Tony Hickey is the chairman of Placemaker. Two, in the past, I have used Hickey lawyers, particularly in the litigation matters, given that Mr Scott Eustace was retained by Hickey lawyers. I was always paid commercial rates, no such thing as a discount with lawyers, to Hickey lawyers. And now that Scott Eustace, my lawyer there, is a director of, he's moved, a director of Stokes Lawyers, so my litigation matters is now with that firm, and I use Hickey lawyers. I don't use Hickey lawyers for anything else in any legal matters. The city solicitor provided an external legal advice to all councillors on the 7th October 2020 on a range of conflict scenarios. This advice included that there were a councillor uses the service of a third party, pays commercial rate, they do not have a conflict merely because they have used the service of the third party. I met Mr Tony Hickey in late 2021 in advance of the 2012 mayoral campaign. That meeting concluded with Mr Hickey advising me that he was backing another candidate, David Power. 2011, what did I say?
2021, which is...
Oh, beg your pardon.
Sorry.
Yeah, 2011.
Detail.
For the 2012 mayoral election. Thank you. And I won't rush, I shouldn't rush, you know, but anyhow, Tony, at the end of the meeting, Tony goes, I'm backing David Power and for the mayoralty. So it is fake news to suggest that I have a personal relationship with Tony Hickey. He's backing the other fella. Mr Hickey no longer works for Hickey lawyers and no longer has any commercial interest in Hickey lawyers whatsoever. Because I pride myself on being an issue-based person, I retain an open mind and didn't bear any ill towards Mr Hickey, and so in my consideration with the matters that present will not be impaired by my past dealings with with Hickey lawyers. In my mind, I do not have a conflict relating to Tony Hickey, but with that articulation to you, if a councillor goes, oh, well, still there is perceived, I pre-prepared a declarable conflict of interest just in case someone wants to press the matter any further. So that's the best I can tell you. Councillor Tozer.
I appreciate you raising it. Just to be very clear, at the meeting, the committee meeting, I raised, you know, some information that was in what I believe is in the public domain. You answered those questions directly and transparently, and that advice back to the committee was accompanied by very clear advice from the city solicitor that indicated to me that for the purposes of the matter that we were discussing, the information that you provided didn't represent a conflict or obligated you in any way to make any further declaration than answering my question. So I feel satisfied that that's been dealt with again today.
Okay, is anyone unsatisfied? Oh,
No. Just for the sake of clarity, I think it's really important how your relationship is today, not necessarily what it was in 2011. So are you satisfied that that still applies to this day rather than how the historical events unfold?
There's no special relationship with Mr. Tony Hickey as of today. That's a fair point. Okay, so I don't have to declare. Councillor Hamill, did you get that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, good. I don't want you to feel I ignore you, that's all.
No.
Okay, let's move. Councillor Tozer, do I have a seconder? Councillor Vorster, you want to speak further on that?
Placemakers are an important organisation, and the report was comprehensive, and I think this is the right way forward.
Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry. Unanimous. Could you ask Councillor Gates to return, please? Councillor Vorster?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. If we could deal with item 7.3 separately, I just need to make a small change recommendation following some advice from city officers.
All right, we'll go to 7.3 as soon as we can find Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Just a bit of a product placement. I told her not to go out the front. Okay. We keep going. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I rise to move that the matter be deferred and considered by the Lifestyle and Community Committee meeting in round 810, being the 26th of October 2021. Got a seconder?
Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Councillor Vorster, you happy with that?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, put the motion to you, councillors. In favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any other items you wish to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I move that the remaining recommendations of the Lifestyle and Community Committee be adopted. Thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Belden Lumsden. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. 11.3, Waterways and Energy. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the report of the Water, Waste and Energy Committee held on 24th of August 2021, covered by recommendations 1 to 6, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Hamill, are you there? Okay. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items you wish to deal separately, Councillor O'Neill?
Mr. Mayor, item 6.1, just merely to vote against it and speak against it. Thank you.
Okay, we go to 6.1. Anyone like to move the motion? Councillor at the committee, Councillor Peter Young voted for it, moved it. You don't want to do it? Am I wrong?
Is it?
But that's okay, I'll find somebody else.
I'll do it.
Move, Councillor Caldwell, seconder. Councillor Pauline Young. All right, would you like to speak further on that?
Yes. Mr. Mayor, I rise to speak briefly to this matter, only to the extent to inform the community that might be interested on the live stream that this matter particularly got a great deal of scrutiny at the committee last week. I actually attended that committee because I had a keen interest in the matter that was being raised by Councillor O'Neill, and I thank her as the chair and as the local councillor for the Valley for bringing forward some different matters to be considered by the committee and ultimately for council. It seemed, based on all of the matters that were brought to the committee by a range of councillors representing different areas of the coast, that the recommendation that's arrived at is ultimately the one that we should persist with, although acknowledging that there are most definitely some impacted residents in the Currumbin Valley areas who I know Councillor O'Neill will continue to work hard with to ensure that the impacts on those residents are managed as best they can be.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Corwell. Mr Mayor, I did put up a changed recommendation at committee which was not supported, and more importantly, it wasn't supported by 3 divisional councillors whose divisions are impacted by the decision that we made some months ago to expand the curbside bin collection in the hinterland and rural areas. My concerns were the same as the Currumbin Valley residents: safety, the impact that it'd have on them getting bins to the verge, and sometimes they don't even have a verge in the valley. All those, and I know that the director and his team have worked tirelessly to make sure that the roads were safe, taking a transport and infrastructure person with them to reassess at my request and request of some of the valley residents. But my issue is that none of us councillors got the opportunity before the report came to council for the expansion of the collection service to actually survey any of these areas. And the survey was done in 2014 to both valleys, and 2/3 of the valley residents did not want a collection service. They were happy to make their own way to the recycling centres. There is still one available in Currumbin Valley and will be for some time, because there are some 70 residents that are still unserviceable. I wanted the opportunity to go back and survey those residents, but unfortunately the legal advice that I have received is that that would not be equitable for all of the residents of the Gold Coast, and especially those other divisions. I accept that advice, legal advice, and nor would it be equitable to have an opt-in, opt-out, which is what I actually proposed as well. So it's I feel I can't support the motion put forward, and that's in support of my residents. And later on in this meeting, I'll be presenting another petition from Tally Valley residents about the same issue. And it has been. I understand it's a whole of city decision, and for the good of waste collection in the future. But I do feel for my valley residents, because this will certainly impact them. Thank you.
Councillor Corwell. Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I did want to rise to speak about this because obviously Division 3 is one of the impacted suburbs, especially at Wongawallan, and there has been a lot of concern expressed by residents. I didn't want them to think that by opposing this recommendation, I in any way was not supportive of their view being listened to. At committee, there was quite lengthy discussion about this, and we have been given a total reassurance that safety audits of any road networks have been undertaken, and specifically where people have raised concerns about getting a bin in or out of their property and the route that the truck will take and the impacts of that. All of those things have been looked at, and only those properties that provide a safe means of the collection being undertaken are included in the service. The impacts of allowing an opt-in, opt-out situation would not just apply to the expansion area, but to every property right across the city. So the ruling has been previously that once the service is available, once it passes your door, whether you want to use it or not is irrelevant, you must pay the service fee. And it would be totally inequitable for some members of our community to be able to opt out when it's not going to be universal. The other point is that council has two options for people who have difficulty in putting their bins out. There's a service where people can actually have some assistance where medical or age issues apply, and another service that is a paid service that people can opt to have council assist with their bin being put on the curbside. So because of the impacts right across the city, because of the decision we took to expand the service and that there are new trucks available now so that the impacts are different, and also because the original survey that Councillor O'Neill is referring to was in very different circumstances and related to the imminent closure of the adjacent transfer station, so or tip. So the circumstances are very different, and I'll be supporting Councillor Caldwell's motion.
Okay, anyone speak against the motion? Back to Councillor Caldwell. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Yeah, registered Councillor O'Neill to negative. Motion carried. Any other items you want to deal separately, Councillors? Councillor Forster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just on item 7.2, if I may. It's just
we go on to 7.2. Yep.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. 7.2 is a closed item, and I'm referring in this instance to page 87 of the agenda, which is on grey papers and includes a portion of a very long-running list of entities that may be affected by the committee recommendation to proceed with what I believe to be is item 2. I've seen a couple of entities there that I've got a very, 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 very tenuous link to, but I hold the view that because we're dealing with a hypothetical approach to rating properties moving forward, that there's no declarable conflict of interest which may be attached. So I wasn't at committee, so I couldn't ask that question or put that to you, but that's the reliance, yeah, the ordinary business matter item that exemption that I'm relying on. I suppose, Mr. Mayor, through you to the Chief Executive Office, I want to make sure that I'm correctly applying that exemption with respect to this item.
Mr. CEO.
Mr. Mayor, this is not setting the fees, but the City Solicitor, I think, is online there. Someone might have. Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry to interrupt. Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I did give advice to a number of the councillors before this committee that I was satisfied that item 7.2 can be treated as an ordinary business matter, meaning that councillors don't need to make declarable conflicts of interest.
Thank you.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
All right. So do we deal with 7.2 then?
No.
No need? Okay. Any other items you want to deal separately? Okay. Let's go back to Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of the Waterways and Energy Committee be adopted.
All right. I can't see Councillor Hamill, so somebody else second. Councillor McDonald, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Councillor Hamill, how did you vote? You took a break, but we got 14 anyway. I don't know. You have to record you did not vote. All right.
Mr. Mayor, can you see me on the camera?
No.
Now I can see you now. I asked for the vote. Which way did you vote?
In favour, Mr. Mayor.
In favour, then it's unanimous. Oh, no, it's not unanimous. Beg your pardon, Councillor O'Neill and a few others. No, just carried. Thank you.
Well, I voted yes for that, for the adoption.
Mr. CEO, do you want me to ask for it again? Or? I'm satisfied.
Yeah. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I did vote for the adoption of the remaining.
Correct, Mr. Mayor.
Did you?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So it was unanimous for the adoption of the remaining items.
Oh, yep. Okay. Yep. Unanimous it is. Can I get a hear here? Okay. Economic tourism and events, Councillor Castro. Oh, okay, no, sorry, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was honoured to assume the chair on the day for the committee on the occasion of Councillor Castro's wedding. He was taking some time off, so I wanted
I
to
thought it was a secret.
honour the chair. It was a bit of a secret. But it not being someone who likes the spotlight at all, we'll just move on to the committee items. Mr Mayor, I move that the report of the Economy, Tourism and Events Committee meeting held on the 25th of August, covered by recommendations 1 to 4, be received.
Seconder. You weren't there.
I wasn't there, but I can still second. No,
Councillor Patterson.
I did read them, so I could.
Slaps for one of the seconders.
Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carried. Any items you want to deal separately? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to deal with 6.1 regarding the Gold Coast City Honour Awards.
Yes, let's go to 6.1.
I propose an addition to point 1, which states that the council endorses the framework for the Gold Coast City Honours Award as listed in this report, and I suggest that we add, with the exception of removing reference in the selection criteria to age, gender and ethnicity. On the surface, positive discrimination may seem like a really good idea for framing.
Yeah, wait a second. I'm just trying to have a look there.
So in the recommendation.
No, just
Yep.
pause,
Sorry.
pause, right? We've got the committee's recommendation there, which was carried,
Yep.
which is on the screen.
Sorry.
And you put an amendment in there at committee,
Sorry.
which was lost.
Yes.
Right, and you want to test the floor again?
That's right.
So what item there did you want to put back in?
Sorry,
Item
in
4?
3, my apologies. So
4?
under 3, that the amended city honours and recognition policy.
You add 4 to it, right?
Well, you could.
Well, that's what it is in the report.
Okay. What I'm suggesting is that we would alter 3 to include, with the exception of removing reference in the selection criteria to age, gender and ethnicity.
Councillor Gates, foreshadow. Not need. We haven't have a seconder yet on the. I won't take the foreshadow yet because I've got to ask for a seconder. Seconder, Councillor Vorster. Then we have it there, and so I take it as read that that part of it will be add on to. You got it there?
Age, gender and ethnicity. Yep.
No, it's your, okay, are you happy with your motion?
That the amended policy be adopted with the exception of removing the reference. It is, but if you think that the language could be a bit clearer.
Are you happy with the motion on the screen?
Reference, maybe if you just take out with the exception, so that the amended policy be adopted except for removing the reference in the selection criteria of age, gender and ethnicity. Thank you.
All right, and the seconder, Councillor Vorster, is it?
Yes, it is, Mr Mayor.
Okay, and we have a motion afoot. Speaking for it.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So this is an active form of positive discrimination that has been recommended by the Federal Advisory Board to the City Honours Awards with an intent to increase diversity in terms of who receives City Honour Awards. I have grave concerns of where we add positive discrimination, negative or positive discrimination, into any of our policies because of the fallout and the repercussions of that. If I can give you an example, when I think of some of the people that inspire me most in our community, I think of the young boys at Men of Business. Now, these boys putting themselves through schooling, some of them actually homeless at the time, certainly having been brought up in very low socioeconomic backgrounds with poverty, having dealt with substance abuse, child abuse. Now, with this positive discrimination, it was mentioned by another councillor at the committee meeting that, well, we would only consider these things if all other things are equal in the criteria. Well, if that's the case, then these men of business boys could very well miss out. Because
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, that's not what was said at committee. What was suggested at committee was there may be times when it's necessary to give special consideration to specific issues within that category. It wasn't that it was always, it was just there may be occasions. And there may be occasions was what was mentioned because people might suffer with language barriers and it might demonstrate more greatly their contribution. So that is not correct.
All right,
That-
so don't quote what's in the committee then.
fair enough. Okay, so the issue with it though is, yes, it is prescriptive on benefiting some people. It doesn't actually speak to language in here. It speaks to gender, age and ethnicity. And the issue with it is the people who are most significantly at risk and challenged in our community is most often because of their upbringing, their economic background and abuse or the like that they have suffered. Now, if you really want to take a positive discrimination where we go, you know what, our city awards looks like it's actually the people who are the wealthiest in our community and we're really not giving an opportunity to them, well then that needs to be added if you really want to go down this length of going positive discrimination. But I'm suggesting our duty is to ensure that there is a rigorous panel who can consider those items when there is a criteria. We take all that positive or negative discrimination out of it and we assess it based on the criteria with all those aspects. Because otherwise, this actually disadvantages the people who would overcome the most obstacles to achieve a City Honours Award. It was also suggested that we should accept this because this was determined by a federal government advisory board and they should know what they're doing. Well, with respect, okay, and I may have misunderstood that, but let's say that is a consideration. Federal advisory boards put this up, so hey, they know what they're doing. Before I came into this role as councillor, I was working as a FASIA specialist, identifying the issues that financial advisors had to deal with. What we recognised is an advisory board at a federal government level had added some things because of a particular agenda which significantly disadvantaged people with an intention of positive discrimination in that advisory board. It is very easy for someone with an agenda to get on this board. It's one thing for them to affect that at federal level. It's another thing for us to accept it at this level and then to effectively disadvantage some of the people who need our support the most. There is no downside in us removing this. It doesn't mean that we're not going to benefit people or for people to be chosen as honorary Gold Coasters who are of different ages, different genders and different ethnicity. But I would say that the majority of Gold Coasters would certainly hope that we are not including this as a criteria, that it would be considered, and for certainly above an example like someone who's overcome homelessness, poverty and abuse, which is how it is as it currently stands. Thank you.
So, okay, speaking against the motion, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, the elements that are incorporated into item 3 on the motion that we're discussing now are discussed on page 23 of the agenda for those following either online or in council here today. And frankly, those elements, gender, age and ethnicity, enable us to, most importantly, categorise two of the award categories, one being Senior Australian of the Year or Senior Gold Coast Australian of the Year, and the other being Gold Coast Young Australian of the Year, ages 16 to 30. So at its most simple level,
it's incorrect.
Mr Mayor, did you want to...
That statement doesn't relate to that.
Right, just
Point of order,
Point of order,
Mr Mayor. This is separate to the classification of age. So there is a specific classification of age criteria. This is an additional to that. This is additional to the general city awards. So yes.
It doesn't say it's a general city award.
But if you read it in relation to the criteria, it isn't prescribed in terms of age. And the obvious one for that is if you look at gender and ethnicity, we don't have one based on ethnicity. We don't have one based on gender.
But you've got age in there.
I know, but that's not the...
But it's not a point of order.
It is, because the age thing he's talking about is a particular
Just a different
award.
viewpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Back to Councillor Tozer.
Again, at its most simple level, the 4 categories that we've identified are part of this honours list. 2 of those are determined by age. But there are more important elements of this that I think where those elements of differentiation amongst our Gold Coast citizens become important. And it's when someone who is outperforming in a traditional sector dominated by, you know, a group that is not like them. And it's those circumstances where someone of a certain ethnicity that might not be as common in Australia or in the Gold Coast exceeds beyond expectation, that their ethnicity all of a sudden becomes an element of consideration. It's definitely not the only consideration, and nor should it be, but it's something that we do sometimes consider and should sometimes consider when we think about honouring Gold Coasters who have made a significant contribution to the life of our city. It's essential that we include these parts. Page 23 spells out why it's essential. And frankly, for us to accurately and appropriately acknowledge the contributions of amazing Gold Coasters, like we've done for many years before now, including these elements, is not only sensible, because we've made 2 categories related to age, but it's also essential because for us to identify where people have outperformed all expectations or performed amazingly outside of their certain the adversity they might face in a particular segment, we need to include them. Frankly, I'd like to foreshadow the committee recommendation. This was dealt with at committee and I feel like it was aired appropriately. But yeah, the committee recommendation is what I'll be supporting. I can't support the recommendation before us.
Okay. Speaking for, Councillor Vorst, I'll go to Councillor Taylor since he had his hand. Speaking for.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And at the committee meeting, I didn't support the change, but considering it after, I really believe our city is a diverse city, and I believe our officers would consider all these particular criteria in evaluation moving forward. And again, it was a very hard decision for me at the time because, you know, we as a city, it's a discussion point, and we don't want to be in a discussion point about age, race, religion. I think these are the things that we consider, or we would expect our city would consider if there was 2 or 3 different people that came to the decision to be made, and all those criteria will be made at this stage. So my view is that not having it in here doesn't take away us as a city being diverse and considering all these options to get the right person for the award that we've chosen for any award through the city. Thank you.
Anyone speak for recommendation? Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just very briefly, I won't be supporting this because, as we were told in committee, the purpose and objective of including that wording is to give us as much alignment as possible with the federal awards mechanism and scheme, and I think that ultimately is benefiting our recipients. It gives them the best chance to be considered at state and national level, and that's why it's been recommended to us that we include those particular provisions. And indeed, I think each of us, when we make an assessment of the nominees, we do carry our own biases, you might say, or interests or passions, and we may choose someone because she's an outstanding woman or he is a fantastic athlete. And we know that they're a great athlete, but we know that they're a great person as well. So we do carry into our assessments our own biases about age, gender and ethnicity, and this gives us proper recognition that that is a consideration. So, for example, if we had 4 candidates, each of them men for a particular thing, and there was one woman who was equal, but in each of the other categories, men had won everything, a person might be influenced to vote for the female candidate because seemingly that kind of balances things out. So that's a personal bias we might introduce to it, and this just gives recognition that that may be a factor in our consideration.
So speaking for Councillor Vorster.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm an immigrant, okay? I might not, at first blush, appear to be an immigrant because, by and large, as Councillor Young said, I may blend into the majority of the Gold Coast. But I understand what it is like to come from somewhere else. My parents certainly did, and my grandparents as well. And I'd really be interested to know whether, amongst all of us in this chamber, whether we were born somewhere else and whether one of our parents were born somewhere else. I think, Mr. Mayor, you often repeat that there are 28% of Gold Coasters are born overseas, 28%. And when you consider...
Point of order, 27.
27%. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, the last census was a bit funny. 27%. And when you include one of their parents, I think it's well over 50%. What I love about that anecdote that you share so frequently, Mr. Mayor, is that we've all come from somewhere else. We've all come from somewhere else. But the moment that you step foot in this city, you are a Gold Coaster. Now, Councillor Patterson has mounted an argument in favour of her motion. I actually don't subscribe to her argument. I argue this on a different point. We're all Gold Coasters. People who come here have the promise of the Gold Coast. They get on board with Team Gold Coast. And in a period of such upheaval, where there are all of these societal fault lines that people are exploiting, and we've seen that just today out front of the chamber, I don't want to set about endorsing any policy that creates us and them. As far as possible, I want to regard Gold Coasters as Gold Coasters, and I want to recognise them for the contribution that they make to the Gold Coast. And I acknowledge that there have historically, and even today, there have been issues with underrepresentation of specific genders, women, age and ethnicity. I absolutely acknowledge that. But I don't think we do any of those groups that are at times marginalised in our society any benefit by saying that you got this recognition simply because of where you were born or how you were born. I would rather recognise them for the sacrifices that they have made and the contribution that they've made to the city. Now, some in the chamber, and I'm not here to verbal anyone, but some have argued that it is quite appropriate to favour one applicant over another based on age, gender and ethnicity because of the prejudices that they may have had to overcome in order to do the things that they have done in our community. And I have to say that that actually is not reflected in reality, and it's not reflected in the policy itself. We don't need to look at age, gender and ethnicity to have regard to sacrifice, because on page 23, Mr. Mayor, under the heading, consideration is also given to the following in assessing nominations against the above criteria. And there's a bullet point here, Mr. Mayor, and it says, the degree of difficulty of the achievement and the sacrifices made. in my view, if there are councillors who believe that we need to have age, gender and ethnicity singled out to recognise sacrifice, in my personal view, they ignore the fact that there's a higher order test and consideration in the very policy that we're debating today that gives regard to that sacrifice and difficulty. Where Councillor Patterson and I may agree is that there are people who've overcome terrible tragedies to make a contribution, and it could involve abuse, it could involve, you know, financial disadvantage, it could be isolation, it could be all of those things. Well, we need to consider those also. And to say that those struggles are any more important or less important than the struggles faced by people based on age, gender and ethnicity, I think is just, it's fundamentally flawed. And can I just, because I'm a data-driven type of guy, and we've had a presentation by Griffith University on data, Mr Mayor, I just wanted to point this out. On a council-funded resource, which is made publicly available, it's through the profile.id.com.au. It's a subscription service that we have as a city to set out some of these social metrics. When I look at ancestry for the Gold Coast, I see that 40.3% of people identify as English, 30.9% is Australian, 11.3% is Irish, 10.2% is Scottish, 4.7% is German, 3.1% is Chinese, 2.7% is Italian, and it goes on. When you actually look at those numbers, you will see that there is that this suggestion that we can get representation through age, gender and ethnicity is probably a fool's errand, because the sort of people that we may want to single out and celebrate because of their struggles on those bases, they're actually such a minority in the figures that we will never really achieve proper representation. And I think that just undermines the integrity of the scheme. So, Mr Mayor, I want to celebrate Gold Coasters. I want to celebrate the contribution that Gold Coasters make. I want to celebrate the sacrifices, the personal sacrifices that people make. What I don't want to do is pick winners based on age, gender and ethnicity. We don't do it in our democracy. We don't do it when people go to vote for their councillor. And I think we shouldn't then be doing it simply because the federal government does. My 2 cents.
Okay. Speaking against the motion, Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I think it's a real shame that this has come forward today when our attempt at revising the policy was actually to give more prestige to these awards. In doing so, we have had the guidance of the officers who've dealt very closely with the national awards, and the policy has been produced for us based on the criteria set for the national awards. The policy doesn't say we must consider gender, age, ethnicity and field of endeavour. It says we may consider it. It's something that we may do to actually provide more equality in opportunity to be considered for these awards. I think we're just being overly politically correct today, in my view, in trying to do this, because there's nothing in the award policy that really suggests that we would ever make a decision based purely on any one of those single things. They're just included in the report to ensure that our diversity is recognised. Now, I know we're all mindful every time we do our job of the different communities that we all represent and the makeup of those communities and the numbers of people from other places. I mean, we all came from somewhere else historically, and it's just highlighting an issue, and gender is something that's being considered by every political party at every level right across the world. I mean, to pretend it's not a consideration is just as stupid as trying to cut it out. I mean, it is a consideration right across the world, and there's many different forms of gender, as we all know. I don't think this has anything to do with wealth or homelessness. This has to do with aligning our awards with the national awards to provide a pathway for our people, our Gold Coast people who are recipients, to have a smooth passage to the national awards. It was to try and get more prominence for these awards and the wonderful people that have been recognised by this city, certainly not because of their age, their gender or their ethnicity, possibly their field of endeavour, which is also one of the criteria that has been ignored that is included in this. And there's so much more in the policy that speaks to all of the things that we will consider in choosing the people that need to be honoured. I think it's a bit of a nonsense actually to focus on those three things when the awards are age-based. Age does come into the consideration that we make in either accepting the awards and progressing the awards. So again, it's not to discriminate that those things are included. It's to respect the diversity of our community and bear it in mind for whatever reason. If there comes a time when there's two people neck and neck or whatever, there may be someone who has overcome extreme circumstances that falls within one of those categories that should be highlighted for additional consideration.
Councillor Patterson to close.
If I can first just clarify on the age matter. There's two separate sections here. One is the category eligibility and the other is the selection criteria. To be eligible to apply for a category, for example, the Young Australian of the Year award, you have to be between age 16 and 30. Fair enough. To apply for the Senior Australian Year of the Award, category eligibility, 65 years and over. Fair enough. What we're talking about is selection criteria which will impact on all nominees who can be considered for the Australian of the Year award and all nominees who will be considered for the Australians Local Hero Award. I think Councillor Vorster and I are probably more aligned than he may think. I very much share his view that we should just be looking for cohesion rather than looking for separation. I do share Councillor Gates's view that it is a shame that we have to be raising this and that it is nonsense that we're discussing age, gender and ethnicity with regards to this. That we definitely share. To Councillor Young's point that if we had 5 applicants who were considered appropriate, 4 men and 1 woman, that we would give it to the woman, then I would suggest in that capacity, how about you consider what if 3 of those men and 1 of those women all happen to have tertiary education and come from a wonderful background, and 1 man had to do it in incredibly tough circumstances. By this measure, even though it's not defined in this measure, by this definition, we would be given benefit and consideration to the woman over his perspective. Now, if that is to be considered, you want to add a lot more positive discrimination. Add the bit about your socioeconomic background. Add your bit about whether you've suffered abuse. I don't think any of those things should be added because all of this should be taken out and we take the whole person as a consideration. It really is quite bizarre that they've been so prescriptive on 3 elements which aren't actually even the most significant elements to determine whether someone has success in life or not. I have trust in us, I have trust in Gold Coasters, and I have trust in a sensible panel that they are able to consider the complete person and the impacts of all aspects, which will include age, gender and ethnicity, but also other aspects to this without having to be prescriptive about 3. And if this goes forward like this, it'll be pretty unfortunate for any person of any ethnic minority or woman who thinks, I wonder why I got this award. I would like to know that if I receive the award, my gender didn't come into it. Thank you very much.
Meetings, not the meeting. The debate's closed. All right. So, councillors, you have a motion in front of you. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. 3. Against? The motion's lost. The foreshadow motion becomes the motion. The seconder was, I think, yeah, okay, Councillor Tozer. Second the motion. Councillor Gates, do we really need to debate further on this, or?
No, we don't need to debate further, Mr Mayor, other than to say we've made an attempt to make these honours even more favourable in terms of highlighting our wonderful Gold Coast recipients. And in doing so, we've aligned with the national awards and the national awards criteria. And it's an absolute nonsense to think that we would not be considering all matters. The fact that that's included as a may add for consideration does not mean it's exclusive. We'll still get the right decisions, as we always get, in terms of making this fair and equitable to everyone with equal opportunity to apply and be recognised.
Councillor Jones, you want to say something?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I was just going to comment that what we are trying to do is streamline the awards that we've previously done on Australia Day, and we've tried our hardest to elevate them and align them with both the state and the federal program. And it's a program that's been going since 1960, and it will change as society changes. But to me, it actually makes 100% sense to just mimic what the state and the federal government do in this space. And also, the other outcome of what we were trying to achieve is we're the 6th largest city in Australia, and every year we see the Australia Day and there's twice a year there's 2 sets of awards for the Order of Australia. And to me, this was about trying to make sure our best citizens get recognised at that level as well. So the intent was not only the Australia Day Awards, but I think also to help elevate the recognition of people in our community who do amazing things, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, a very good comment. Councillors, the debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. It's unanimous. You still want a division?
No, Mr Mayor, if it's unanimous, it's captured. Thank you.
Okay. Councillors, I can smell the Thai food. So, oh no, is it? All right, 30 minutes. Let's do a quick one. 30 minutes adjournment.
What if there's a tie?
Bad luck, Councillor Hamill. Can't give you the food. All right. Let's get something to eat.
the item 7.1 separately, and I'll quickly speak to it. It was confidential, but I'll quickly speak to it.
Okay, move. I'll get a seconder. Councillor Pauline Young. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The particulars of this matter remain confidential, but there are two elements I wanted to raise about them that were important. We, as council, we received a request, which is outlined in item 3 of this recommendation, where council has noted that an infrastructure charges resolution and associated policies and does not endorse any discounts on infrastructure charges applicable to the proposed attraction. And implied in that resolution of council is that there was some proposition that we were considering where an infrastructure charges discount might occur, and we're very clear that in this committee, economy, tourism and events, we're not really in the business of providing any infrastructure charge discounts. And Councillor Caldwell kindly, as the chair of planning, came to the committee and talked a little bit about that at the committee, and as a very clear signal to the marketplace. We're very keen to attract businesses to the city, but if we're going to do that, it won't be through burdening a future ratepayer for infrastructure that we need to deliver. There are better ways to incentivise businesses to invest in our city and build great things that employ people. Infrastructure charge discounts is not one of them. The second part I would say is that we are very excited about the film industry in our city, and when a business who is thinking about doing business in the Gold Coast and South East Queensland, we want to invite propositions to the city so we can consider actions we can take to augment their significant investments in the economy of the Gold Coast. In this case, the item is known as screen infrastructure, and it's a very exciting proposition that I cannot talk about, but I can only say that it is really exciting to see someone have confidence in our film industry such that they are willing to invest to the magnitude that this project proposes to invest. And we are, as a committee, commending to council that the council should partner with organisations just like this one to keep growing that industry. And I think it's an exciting time if you are working in theatre or film or the arts in that production side. It's a very, very exciting time to be here, and now is the time to bring your proposals to the city if you want to invest in that sector on the Gold Coast. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Owen Jones.
Mr Mayor, Councillor Tozer has been very excited, and that's impressive. But on page 10 of the minutes, there are several funding options, and I was interested in exploring the funding option that we've chosen and whether or not there's any enthusiasm from the council at large to agree to that amount or to agree to a different amount. And I would need to go to close to that, Mr Mayor.
Councillors, we go to close. Move. Councillor Owen Jones.
So help me understand what the question is, because I haven't disclosed anything confidential by suggesting.
He wants to go to close.
I'm interested in seeing whether or not there's an appetite to increase the amount that's on offer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, Mr Mayor, I just wanted to clarify that I
I
didn't intend in disclosing anything confidential.
Seconder. Councillor Pauline Young, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carries. Streaming. Closed.
This meeting, closed session, we talked very briefly about some other propositions that might be considered, and ultimately the council, through a straw poll, generally determined that what's being proposed is generous and good, and I hope that that councillors do support this motion.
Thank you. Councillors, debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Any other items you want to deal separately? Back to Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of the Economy, Tourism and Events Committee be adopted.
Okay, seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. We now go to Councillor Corwell's favourite, Planning and Environment.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the report of the Planning and Environment Committee meeting held on 25th of August 2021, covered by recommendations 1 to 6, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items you wish to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Gates.
2 items for declarations, please, Mr Mayor, starting with item 6.1.
6.1.
6.1 relates to a donation received on the 12th of August 2011 of $675 from a consultant to the project. I made the declaration at City Planning and indicated my desire to stay in the room and vote in the public interest.
Okay, where was the, who moved the procedural motion? Move Councillor Corwell. Did anyone seconder for that? Councillor Tozer. Councillor Owen Jones.
So, Mr Mayor, I also will have a declaration to make in regards to this item.
All right, so you won't be voting on this one, right? Any other decorators? Councillor Corwell on item A there.
Yes, that's correct, Mr Mayor, just as long as it's up on the screen for people to see.
Well, I'll put the motion to you then, councillors. The length of time's collapsed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Corwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bartle-Lumsden, Councillor Lacastre, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill.
And Hamill on the screen.
Councillor Hamill, sorry.
Against? Motion carry. Councillor Owen Jones and Councillor Gates did not vote. I go to Councillor Owen Jones for his declaration.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's a declaration in regards to a donation that I'd received from Gordon Corporation. It was on the 15th of September 2015 and it was for $900. After the meeting, there was correspondence that was circulated identifying Tim Gordon as a director, and I wasn't aware of that during the meeting, Mr Mayor, so I intend to leave the meeting.
Okay. Right. Okay, back to Councillor Corwell. You like to move the motion?
Well, Mr Mayor, I'm actually going to move the original officer's recommendation for approval, and if I have a seconder, I'll
Seconder, Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The matter received a great deal of consideration at committee, and I thank Councillor Lacastre, who is the local councillor, for attending at the planning committee and bringing to our attention some of the matters that needed to be examined in our deliberations. And I think whilst there was some very valid concerns raised by Councillor Lacastre, the committee had originally resolved to refuse the application, but on reflection and having looked into the matter further, it would seem that some of the issues that had been raised, particularly around the dedication of a very large portion of public open space, on balance helps tip this towards approval. And I know that Councillor Lacastre may want to say a few words, and he certainly may want to indicate a vote in the negative. But having considered the matter carefully, I think we should fall on the side of the approval on what is a very limited scope of development on a large site adjacent to the floodplain. And as I said, we will be collecting through this process a large portion of the floodplain that will ultimately form part of the council estate. So that's an important outcome.
Right, speaking against the motion, anyone? Anyone? Councillor Castro.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, as Councillor Caldwell said, I did attend the planning meeting and put forward an argument and got quite a bit of support there at the committee. So yeah, it's disappointing to see that maybe that support isn't there now. It did receive a lot of debate, and I do appreciate the time that the committee actually gave to this. Mr Mayor, look, in short, this site has an existing approval over it going back quite some time. I think it might go back to about 2013 from memory. And it actually had a court order approval for 21 townhouses on the site. This is considerably larger. We're talking about around 60 townhouses for this site. There were 217 individually made submissions. There were just under 400 signatures on a petition. Boonaroo, which is part of Carrara, but it's known as Boonaroo because that's the estate name. That tells you that a very significant number of residents of Boonaroo actually objected to this on a number of with a number of concerns which I share with the residents, which I spoke about at the planning meeting last Wednesday. Traffic is an issue for the locals. Basically, there's only one road in, one road out, and that's via Hickey Way. The set of lights at the junction of Hickey Way and Nilson's Road becomes very, very busy, as do a lot of intersections at school times, and it can actually take some time to actually get out past those lights. Everything has to come down Hickey Way. The other issue, of course, is just the character of the area. There aren't any townhouses in proximity. They're basically all individual dwellings in that area. There are some townhouses towards the M1, that part of Boonaroo, but this particular area where this development is contained, it is just single dwellings. So I believe, along with the community, that it's totally out of character with that particular area. The other issue is construction. Baltimore Court is a small cul-de-sac. There's only 11 properties in there, and it just isn't geared for heavy truck movement. Again, there's only one way in, one way out, with 60 townhouses to be developed. The local community were aware that there was a court order, so even though they didn't like that, understandably so as well, for the 21, there's considerable concern about the size of this development. As for the land that we're acquiring, originally that land was identified for sporting grounds for council. I understand now that the council has decided that we no longer want that land. So, because it's very low lying, very low lying, that it really isn't of any use for sporting grounds. So even though we've acquired all this land, there's not much we can do with it. So it's all very well to be given a lot of land, but as I say, there isn't anything we can do with it. So, Mr Mayor, I won't be supporting this for the reasons I've given and more detailed reasons that we discussed at planning, Mr Mayor. So I'll certainly be voting against this. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Speaking for Councillor Vorster.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just a quick question, if I may, through you to perhaps to Mick. So I totally acknowledge and accept that this land may not be suitable for development into a recreational facility, but my understanding is that the Gurrangumbar conceptual plan for this precinct provides for some passive recreation opportunities, which may include into the future some, let's call them nature walks or trails. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to make, would that be a fair claim to make?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. This is in the limited development zone, and the city plan includes a conceptual land use map for the area, which is the old Gurrangumbar LAP in essence. It does include some indicative trails for recreation and walking. There's no details around that at this stage, but that's certainly something that could be investigated at a future time if that land is actually within the tenure of council.
Just on that, let's say regarding the trail can be elevated, am I right? Not, so let's say they did a flood study and you can elevate the trail so you can walk along the elevated trail.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, you probably could. I just don't have any details at this stage, so that would have to be something considered at a future time.
Okay. Councillor Forster.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I suppose the reason why I ask is plainly there are a number of objectors to this development who have raised some concern. To my mind, at least, there appears to be a dividend to the ratepayer and the community if we are able to acquire some land, which I take will not give rise to an infrastructure charges credit. So it's kind of like cash in the bank. I just wondered, when the city officers assessed the application, did they look at any options to potentially connect the existing neighbourhood to any future trails which may be delivered in the open space? And I ask that because, at least from Councillor Castro's point of view, he may have to be forced to tell the community that this has gone ahead, but at least we've perhaps provided or created provision for that community to enjoy the recreational opportunities which may come in the fullness of time by way of a footpath connection or access easement.
Through like Emerald Lakes sort of thing.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor?
A bit like Emerald Lakes area where it's low lying but there's trail.
Yes, so Mr. Mayor, you know, there's a Varsity Lakes wetland reserve off Scottsdale Drive, and it's in the middle of a light industrial estate, but it's got a walking track in it. And although it's a very highly urbanised and developed precinct, people living in medium density development have an escape into this very picturesque setting. So I just wondered whether city officers thought that there may have been a way of connecting the existing neighbourhood to the open space so that everyone living off Burnaroo had the opportunity for an idyllic natural walk down the track should council resolve to embellish that space.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, that planning hasn't been done at this stage, Councillor Forster. What was assessed as part of this proposal was a proposal that land would be acquired by the city at no cost for conservation purposes. So that at this stage, no planning on those, detailed planning on the trails. But as I said, once it's actually within the city's ownership, that could be a future consideration.
Councillor Forster.
Thanks, Mr. Mann, and so sorry, I was an apology at the meeting, so I didn't have an opportunity to interrogate this at the time. But I'm having a look at page 156, and it shows Baltimore Court leading to a proposed cul-de-sac, then with an entry, which then provides an access easement. I take from that diagram that there's proposed to be a gate, so that this would be a gated community. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Would it be unreasonable to permit residents to traverse through that gate, so I'm talking about the public at large, then through the access easement, potentially to the balance of the open space? It's not my ideal outcome at all. I just can't see any other way for those off Baltimore Court to make their way to that public open space. I'm just trying to find out any little opportunity we may be able to secure that public access.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the development would remain essentially in private ownership, so those areas that are shown as maintenance track would be within the community titled area of the development. In answer to your question, my answer would be yes, it would be an unreasonable imposition to impose that condition.
Look, thanks, Mr Mayor. It would have been great to offer that community an easy way of accessing the balance of the open space. It doesn't appear as though we can condition that at this very late stage, but I'd be interested to at least put this out there, that the applicant may wish to respond to what I'm saying today and perhaps alter their plans slightly through a administrative process to afford that community the benefit of access to open space. And maybe that's one way of assuaging the concerns of the 330 who may stand yet to exercise their appeal rights.
That's a good idea. All right. Speaking for the motion? Well, you were just asking questions, right? You weren't speaking for. Speaking for the motion, right? Councillor Cole, close.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor, and some good issues raised there by Councillor Vorster. I think it would appear to me that perhaps a future contemplation of the land adjacent to the end of Hickey Way might be a more appropriate entry point. If there was to be a connection to that open space, and you can see on Google Maps that some locals have taken it upon themselves to access for the purposes of storage of vehicles and what have you. So obviously it's a well-known end of the street. Overall, the application, I think, has been fairly responsible in terms of the way it's approached the application. It only limits the footprint to basically the same as the existing development approval. The council officers saw fit to reduce the number of dwellings by 2 in order to increase the communal open space. The most valuable vegetation on the site is actually going to be retained under covenant and maintained at no expense to council. And then, of course, there is the large swathe of what is essentially floodplain area that will come into council's estate, which provides us with assurance as to the future of that particular part of the land. So, again, just wanted to thank Councillor Lacastre for coming along to committee, because some of the insights that he brought as the local councillor were very important in us directing questions to the officers and making sure that those matters were attended to as best we possibly could. So thank you to him, but unfortunately on this occasion I can't support a refusal of this application, and ultimately I'm moving for this motion.
Okay, the debate's closed. Councillor, I'll put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. You'd like to record it? Could you record Councillor Castro in the negative? And I think you had a declaration, Councillor Gates, so I'll put you down as voter in the positive. You get that? PC Young. Okay, so Castro negative, Gates positive. Okay, could you recall, who's the officer that want to stretch their legs to recall Councillor Owen Jones? I didn't mean you, Joe. That's all right. Okay. Councillors, any other items you wish to deal separately? Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. 6.5 for another declaration, if I might.
6.5.
I made the declaration at committee, Mr Mayor, so there is a record of it. Receipt of donation from the planning consultant, and I'm seeking permission to participate in making the decision about the matter despite the declarable conflict of interest, which is on the screen.
Can someone recall who moved the procedural motion? You did, Councillor Coyle, thank you. Seconder, please. Councillor Tozer. The motion, procedure motion on the screen, the length of time has elapsed since the donation were made. Anyone want to speak against the motion? The motion to you, councillors. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen-Jones, Councillor Corwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bell-Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor McDonald, Councillor Neal.
And council, anyone voting against? Motion carried. Councillor Gates did not vote. Okay. So 6.5, Councillor Corwell.
Happy to move the committee recommendation, Mr Mayor.
Seconder, Councillor Owen-Jones. You want to speak further on that? Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Any other? What's wrong? No, he's got his mask on and he hasn't said anything. So, any other items you want to deal separately? Councillor Corwell, please.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of the Planning and Environment Committee be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry. Unanimous. Thank you, Mr Moran. We go to Governance, Administration and Finance. Councillor Owen-Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the report of the Governance, Administration and Finance Committee meeting held on the 25th of August 2021, covered by recommendations 1 to 9 be received.
Seconder, Councillor Patterson. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Any items you wish to deal separately, Councillor Owen-Jones?
6.5, Mr Mayor.
We're going to 6.5. Councillor Owen-Jones.
Mr Mayor, if I could move a changed recommendation to be the motion that I had moved initially.
Okay. Is that on the screen? Can you scroll it up a touch? Is that it? You got to add some more?
So it was a motion that I had moved and it had been lost, and then the committee recommendation, Mr Mayor. So I'm hoping that.
Seconder? Seconder, Councillor Patterson. Tell me when you're happy with it.
So there are two changes, Mr Mayor. One's a minor change which removes the need for the policy referred to acquittals to go to the council, or where it was intended, I think, to go to the council to do the acquittal. And the second part was an extension of the policy recommendation from 2 times a year to 4 times a year, being able to do an in-kind grant to an individual organisation. And it was discussed at committee. We subsequently received some legal advice from the city solicitor, and I would like to propose the change.
Okay, and a second by Councillor Patterson. So do you want to speak further on that?
Mr Mayor, the intent of the change, there were legislative changes through Belcara, which has made it increasingly difficult to do minor in-kind contributions to community groups. The policy changes originally had proposed twice a year an amount of up to $250. I sought to make that 4 times a year up to $250. It still requires an allocation of funding from the local area works to a control account, but it just removes some of the constraints to assist community groups doing small requests, and it also removes the requirement to be asking the CEO to do a delegation for those small amounts, Mr. CEO.
Anyone want to speak against it? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry, unanimous? Yeah. Councillor Jones.
To Mr Mayor, I was going to move the remaining recommendations, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, go ahead. Sounds good.
I move the remaining recommendations of the Governance, Administration and Finance Committee be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Patterson. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Councillor McDonald, okay. Against? Carry, unanimous. Item 12, consideration notice of motion. Mr CEO, I didn't get any.
No, Mr Mayor.
No. 13, question on notice, Mr CEO.
No, Mr Mayor.
Nil. Presentation of petition. Let's go for curbside. Next agenda, could you put in who it is? Who do I go to for this? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I would like the council to accept a petition from 20 residents of Nancol Drive and adjacent streets in Tallabudgera Valley against the implementation of a curbside garbage collection for those streets due to safety concerns.
Okay, second, Councillor McDonald. That's it. That's good?
It, yeah, if I'd like to
put the motion to you.
Thank you.
All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Then the next one, we've got petition for pontoon owners. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's a petition on behalf of pontoon owners in Cobra South and Hope Island. There's a body of words, but effectively, Mr Mayor, through an administrative error, they've only recently received 5 years of tax invoices, and they're seeking relief from that, and they're seeking consideration. And so if I could table it and have it presented to the appropriate committee in due course, Mr Mayor.
All right. Second, Councillor Vorster. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carried. Mr CEO, I've got no GBs.
No, Mr Mayor.
No GBs. Okay. No other business? Yeah. Meeting closed 14:20.